I have a newfound love towards Eurobeat now. Hi, welcome. Hope you're doing. I'm stuck. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Always start to see the Tira Kobold. Wow. Well, the Kobold ran away because it's art today. So I'm here. Hi, Bori. Hi, Magpie, and hi, Comic. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Yo, whoa. What a yin. Oh my god. I am just enjoying this Eurobeat right now. I'm gonna loop this music for a few times. It's so good. It's so good. Anyway, I want to check actually. Let me do this real quick. It's a good song. Oh my god, it so is. Holy shit. I'm just glad Breen told me about this. Like, oh shit, Eurobeat, and then the first one is Freebird. Oh my god. It's so good. So let's see. Okay, so Eurobeat is fine since there's no, there's no like being told that oh the stream is muted. Like probably the stream is not muted because it's not, right? So Eurobeat is fine. So heck yeah. I'm just jamming. Jamming, it's so good. Anyway, today I'm gonna continue doing the kobold head. I feel like it's almost there. Right? I feel like it's almost there. Here, let me open it up real quick. Why don't I just open it up first? I don't know. Alright, this one. There we go. Here. I feel like it's almost there. Right? I feel it's almost there. It went through some changes already. Like some big changes. Like some really big changes. It went from this one, alright? So it went from this, right? I know this one seems more complete, but it's just some flaws to this one. The forehead is too big. The side horn doesn't look right. The flippy flappy thing doesn't look right. And the horn also doesn't look right, surprisingly. So proportion-wise, this one is flawed. So last time when we do the art, right, we essentially changed a lot of the things, right? We changed a lot of the initial problem, right? Cut away all the horns and all, redoing the scale plates and stuff like that, right? And then eventually it leads to one I have right now, right? Lowering down the forehead sizes and shit, right? Redoing the side horns as well. So today I already cut off the side horn here, right? And I think I already sort of repositioned the back horn, right? The big one. And now we are here, like slowly, like multiple saves, turning down the no more huge forehead at least. Hey Jameson, welcome. I'll make it loop a few more times actually. Also, hope you're doing good, Jameson. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to open up the thing. This one. There we go. So this is a character I'm trying to make. This is BB, Wolf's character. Hi Nick Kobold. They're cute. Kobold's a cute one. Like you, Nick. I am in the mood. Well, I hope the mood is an okay mood. Oh my. That does not help with the mood. But I don't know what mood it is though. Hi Brecky. Welcome. My hand tracking not work? Oh, it does work. Oh, my microphone is blocking it. But I cannot change my microphone placement. Maybe I can. This one might be a little bit too far though. I have to speak up? It kinda works, but microphone is sort of blocking it, especially this one. It's fine. Broken English can. I speak broken English, you guys can still understand one, it's okay one. You might hear some weird English, but it's still English, can still understand one, no problem. Many Malaysian flair only, it's okay one. Can I get a rang? Rang. Rang. Oh my god, rang. So today I need to at least do this side horns here. I think this side horn.
Okay lah, dragon become kobold is okay one. No, dragon is just mega kobold. And kobold is just mini-sized dragon. Close enough, close enough. It's okay one, it's okay one, it's fine one. I think the side corner. Maybe. This one feels like could be slightly longer lah. Slightly longer because perspectives here. Mini-size kobold. Oh, sorry, mini-size dragon and mega-size kobold. Very nice. This part is so hyped here. Egu, nice. I like egg. Very nutritious. Very nutritious egg. Maybe don't pull it. Just do this now. And then maybe pull this one inside a little bit more. No?
Because I'm going to denamesh it afterwards, so why not, right? think I need more volume here then. Okay, one more loop then okay now. Okay, no more looping. No more looping. Those, I guess? But because I see here is on top of I might be a little bit too much on top, but this one is exactly at the bottom eyelid, so smaller, yeah, smaller but longer, yeah. Actually, I start listening to this kind of music. Me too. It's so hype. It's kind of hard to understand, like, this part right here. Oh no, it's not like it's hard to understand, it's more like this part right here is also part of I is kind of hard. So this part until here is still the face, and then after here is the horn. Right? Might be too long. Yeah, I think that looks about right. Maybe slightly shorter? Oh yeah, I was doing these. I honestly don't really know how scale plates work. But judging from how scale plate looks, putting plates in one, putting plates with separate mesh seems like the best thing to do. But I cannot help but feel that it's kind of weird here. Maybe I'll let them bend a little bit inside. Or is it because they're not sharp at all? No, this is still No. Does it look weird? I cannot help but feel like this looks wrong. Or is it just me? I don't know, it just feels kind of weird. My hand tracking died. That was quick. That's on my end. Hey. Hi comic. And cute deck returns. Mwah. 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 Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna try. Oh. This has to be. I feel like this one should be like seamless, right? I'm going to save here real quick. I have an idea. I want to try to like dynamesh them quick and then make them stick together, right? And then when they stick together, I'm gonna try to sort of make it look right. Maybe I'll try. Seems like I need more volume here. Hmm? Okay, I'm gonna try nano mashing it. What? Why is the milk happy in my boo bottle? Yeah, why is the milk happen over there? Well, I mean, I cannot control it. It happens, I guess. No explanation needed, it's fine. I'm flat? Uh-oh. Oh, hi, Rollins. To the new furry game called Bro Venture on Steam? Bro Venture? Sounds like a visual novel. The WoW co-op? Oh. Oh, it's this kind of game. And it's building construction as well. That looks pretty good. Just came out too. Mining and crafting? Okay. Okay. So, in a way, it's kind of a... Yeah, it's super duper cheap, you're right. Very affordable. So in a way, it's kind of a tower defense kind of game as well. How do you even find these games? I have several questions. Roguelike? I mean, if it's gonna be like a survivor kind of game, you know, something like Vampire Survivors or the Spell Brigade kind of game, then yeah, it has to be roguelike, I feel like. Yeah, Vampire Survivors plus base building plus co-op. Close enough, close enough. transfer your camp into a sanctuary of liberation. Wow. Wow. I want to buy it. But I cannot just buy it. I need to wait until I have enough Counter-Strike money. And this week the money is not too lucky because I got a bad case. The case only sell for like 250 ringgit. It's like, eh. It's okay though. This one costs 14. It's fine. I can save up for it once I have enough money. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Roland. Cannot eh. No, this one is too thick. And that's till end of month, so we got plenty of time. I won't be here from here to here though. Oh yeah, 19 to 23 I'll be in KL with my mama doing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs kind of thing for my sister in Czech Embassy. No, now it's too thick. Yeah. Okay, problem is actually, problem is, it doesn't go back, it goes forward. Right? So I should just put it here. Because I see it now. This part, meaning that this one is only at the front. So it's not that thick, but it is long. No? Wait, no. The more I rotate it, it looks weird. Don't add volume down here? So many crabs? Was it Toon Bolt crab? I feel like this one is not too big. Maybe a little bit thicker, just a little bit. It does have some volume here, but not down here, but maybe in front. This one has to be in front of this one though, which makes it awkward because I don't know how to do that. Maybe this? Like this front? I kind of want to imitate this line right here, but I don't know how. Like I know for a fact that this one is in front of the horn behind. But how do I do that in ZBrush? Hi, Dragon Colony. I'm sure my kobold likes that. Thank you. So hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. I have not given up the fish for Jane. I believe in Breggy. Breggy got this. It's okay, I'll always believe in Breggy. Maybe I could help too. But what if I fished up Jade? Maybe Jade is in the can? Wait, Jade could be hiding! You might be right though. Breggy is onto something. Oh. I'm gonna try to duplicate this one again.
and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilshandra. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Oh, come out, you pretty sons, come out and fight without your guns. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down.
I'm doing fine, social. I feel miserable. That doesn't sound like you're doing fine though. But still, I hope the social doesn't cause too much trouble. And hope it gets well soon.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
The town beside me and everyone's voice. Only I'm not there, just watching from afar. I can't go home because I'm afraid something will change. Me without me, I'm the one to blame. I moved on by my own will. I had nothing else I wanted to. Was it hard? But I didn't hate it. I didn't even like it. I've been patient, but it was bearable. I've had the great haze for a long time ago. I never found out what it was. It's my stress, that's for sure. I never wanted to run away. I was very motivated. Then what is this feeling? Who would I ask? I've been patient, but it was bearable. I had a gray haze for a long time ago. I never found out what it was.
Hey,
I
Chief.
taste like vegetables.
Oh no, it's the trans nun that will fuck you up on the XT in the OST. Fuck yeah. We love Bridget. Bridget amazing. Except when you're getting beat up by a yo-yo, then Bridget may not be as amazing anymore. I hope you're doing good, Jit. I've been learning him? I thought Bridget goes by she, her. There's Jade, heck yeah. Holy fuck, he's hard. I mean, I feel like Utica Strife, everyone is hard. I mean, I played Giovanna, and I feel like Giovanna may not be as difficult. Oh, Chip, you were talking about Chip? You just suddenly talk about, holy, he's hard. Who?
I hate the alarm clock I chose.
I don't like Chip. Bleh. Bleh. No, Chip's easy as fuck. Who? Wait, there's so many jumps? Oh yeah, Bridget is hard, Bridget is hard. I feel like Bridget requires a lot of setups. which I am not good with. Jade says chirp is easy because it's a bird. Yeah, I mean, Jade says chirping always, no? I don't get it. Do I just do this? Oh my god, it looks so weird. No. No. I feel like any of this line is not going to be beneficial. FL is decent, which is fun. No Ramletile things. Zato is hard. Yeah, Zato is hard. Like, Zonas are hard, but they're so difficult to deal with. What's the plan of this scope? Here. This is what I'm trying to do here. Someone redeem 150k, and now I'm doing this. I'm trying with the best of my ability anyway. Hi, Zato is your mate. Well, Zato is super easy to play. Yeah, that's right, I said it. I'm trying to be like the down player. Have you played Jobana? Did you know how hard Jobana is? Wow. You know the banana, you have to control the dog with this angle, and then you have to do a safe jump setup, and then with this angle you're gonna continue until timer ends. Hey, it sounds like a Zona's job. Do I inflate? Maybe? I'm aggressive? This is what I don't like about inflate. It looks so fucking weird. I feel like if I keep inflating, it's gonna look like... No. Don't use inflate. Inflate doesn't look right. Are you making a game model or a goon model? Hey, I just learned about the word goon yesterday. Fuck. Goon is trying to come, right? That's goon. That's goon. I don't think so. I don't think this is going to be a game model as well. It's going to be a model that's used for something what I'm using right now. At least I'm trying to, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I hate this one though. Like, it's so much easier to put this horn to the front. That's not what I'm trying to do though. Let me try something again. front. 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 Uh-oh. Hi, Razi. Sleepy Martin raid? Heck yeah. Hello, Razi. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. What are you doing? Oh, I will drink after. Tea Garo, thank you. I almost typed in slash raid. Nope. Haaaaard's tabletop RPGs. Oh, is it like a board game? Heck yeah, hopefully it was fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. Usually I'm a kobold, but today I'm a dragon. I'm Linglong, I'm a dragon. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits. I still love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. You should try to make this as alternate as also in the low poly and then add details to go further into SDPD. I don't know what SDPD is. I'm only trying to make the head for now though. It was one of our Digimon TT RPGs tonight. Oh, heck yeah! Hopefully it was second fun. 3D rendering sculpting. Yeah. Also, Frost Husky, thanks. Oh, I'm not trying to add detail at all though. I'm still trying to like get the horn to look right. I don't think I want to add details right now. It would be crazy to add details. Maybe. No. No. Yes? Yes? No? Say I got to go rest though, see you? Of course, don't do that post-stream care. Thanks again for the raid, Razim. Get some rest. Get more rest. Do I pull it out like this? Wait, do I just blatantly try to block this one? I think I've gone beyond low poly. I mean, I'm not doing modeling. If I try to sculpt with like with less than 10k poly, it's not going to work, I feel like. Or it's gonna be really hard to like move things around. I feel like sculpting requires a lot more poly than... I mean, currently I have enough, way more enough poly than it is. 200k is more than enough, honestly. I mean, 200k is like, in total. 50k head... 7k, I mean 7k for this cylinder should be enough, right? Because if it's like too low poly, I cannot really add things. If I use a low poly and then I try to clay build up, it's gonna somehow smoosh together. But I don't know. What do I know, right? It's okay. Maybe? Maybe I have to go blatantly like trying to block this part. Oh. kind of in front now, right? Maybe a little bit. It's too close here. No, it's too close. Nah, that looks wrong. The horn looks like it's fused with your eyeball. I mean, this one? Is this supposed to be at the same volume? Isn't that gonna look weird though? You know, I'm gonna give it a try. I don't know. if I keep, I mean, already. Let me test that. So if I because it looks like here mix to the horn like this, maybe. Oh my god, it looks so jank. I love sculpting sometimes. Things here look so silly. Oh, if I don't be careful, the eyeballs are gone. I think. Wait, no, Okay, not too thick, not too thick. It's fine. And then just... Oh wait, maybe if I... No. No. No, the side view looks like shit. Maybe not like this, question mark? Ooh. Might as well give it a try. I don't know. What if it works? You never know. I don't think I should smooth that one. Or maybe if I should smooth like this, question mark? Hey. Oh my god.
Today's gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do.
Oh my god, wait.
And all the roads we have to walk are winding. And all the lights that lead us there are blinding.
Where is you, Ref? At the second monitor. Nick, second monitor.
Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonder.
Can we go to classes for me? I don't wanna go to class. No classes for me, think.
Today was gonna be the day, but they'll never throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you're not to do.
What if I just like add massive volume here? I mean, that's too massive, but hypothetically, if I add. Okay, maybe not that much.
There were winding, and all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my
No. I may be back before you end, but probably not, or I could just stay home. Oh no. It feels like my everyday struggle too. I remember when I was studying university, I was like, nah. I could stay home and sleep until 3 p.m. I could. Or I could go to class like a normal person. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of. Not a big fan of going to classes. Ooh, you want to stay? That's on my end. The hand tracking keeps dying. My PC is like exploding while I'm doing this. My PC is already trying its best. Here we go. I don't think this is the way to do it. Or maybe it is. I might be onto something. Like this part right here. technically, right? Technically, part of the quote unquote horn, right? Horn. It's also part flesh, like this part right here. So if I were to like do this and saying that, oh, this is the horn partition, and maybe maybe if I can low fund the Jade's wings, I'll definitely stay home. We're getting a Unity introduction in one class though. It's kinda cool. Like I wanna go, but my brain won't let me. But Unity introduction does sound pretty fun. I remember, I remember one class it was about like doing particle effects in Unity, and I was just like not listening because I was playing with the particles. Like, oh my god, so many shiny. in the end, I didn't listen to anything, and then I have to go find a lecturer for it. It's like, oh no. Ooh, shiny. Bitcoins, fuck Ethereum, ruining it all. Oh, this one is pretty hype though. I'm looping this one. And fuck Bitcoins goes hard. Love that. I gotta struggle here for a bit, don't I? I feel like, yeah, wait. No. Wait. Fuck Bitcoins. Fuck Bitcoins definitely goes hard. Love that. What I feel like is that if I have zero volume on the below side, might actually work. Right, don't do this, right? Oh, hi, Wall. Oh, it's Wall. Oh my god, the point.
Just got Cyberpunk on my PC, but I had to set the graphics to garbage quality.
Oh wait, it's the original composed music.
'Cause these Bitcoin miners force me to be financially responsible. All
Financially responsible.
GPU, but I can't buy one because of you. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners, ruining it all.
Whoa, question. I'm looking at this. So the flash here connects to the wait. If I think of it this way, this one connects to cheek. So if I connect them to the cheek, maybe, but it does have that distinct line, no? No. I want this line to be like present. It's so difficult. I don't know why. What if I pull this one back, maybe?
Swear to God, I'm done with every single one of these goddamn Bitcoin miners driving up the prices. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners, ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners, ruining it all. Why won't you let me play my game? Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners, ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners, ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck
If I put it like this. I'm squeezing my eyes. That does seem pretty tricky to get right. I need to let this music loop for a few times. Zoom out. Oh, this one. Time to roll out the door. Good luck, Raggy.
It's got ray tracing,
Good luck with class. You got this, Becky.
but I can't afford it. Do you know why? Tell me why. 'Cause these Bitcoin miners be driving the prices sky high. All I want is a new GPU, but I can't buy one because of you. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Wait, that's fucked up? No, wait, that's fucked up. This is behind, this is in front. So, I have to put... It's asymmetrical? Oh no. I got this, it's fine. So this one is at the front, this one is at the back, okay.
But I had to set the graphics to garbage quality.
Garbage quality.
See Judy's hair move properly. 'Cause these Bitcoin miners force me to be financially responsible. All I want is a new GPU, but I can't buy one because of you.
Okay. I don't know if it's my personal bias, but the horn here looks way better. Because I feel like this horn looks cool on 2D perspective, but on 3D perspective, if I want to make this look cool, it's gonna be very weird. Or maybe not. Oh. I mean, it is definitely possible. I just need to spend more time with it and look at it more. Making the horns behind might not be the best idea as well. Yeah, maybe not. Because I already set up this place to be like space for the front horn. I mean, how many times am I gonna save ZBrush? Don't scare me like this, don't crash. Oh! Oh my god, you fuck. Fuck the coins, fuck Ethereum. Make them the same, do the way you like more. Do it the same on both sides.
Save.
You're right. I forgot about the save redeem. Wow. I did add big reveal to the pawn though. Might not be the best quality, but it works. Okay. This is the last loop. We could. I'm gonna... Okay, look. Eyelashes in front. So... Face is in front. Horn is behind eyelash. Because of that. A little bit. And then I need to stick this to the cheeks, right? If I add that, and then I add my side flappy flaps. I think if I add the side flappy flap first, before doing anything. So, let's see out here. At the back, right? At the back. Behind the cheeks, essentially. Or more. I'm not using this one. I'm deleting it. No. Honestly, the way is pretty easy. I can just delete it for now. Since I've not like decided if the horn I want is this. Maybe. I think I'm gonna keep overriding 20 until I decided how the side horn is going to look like. Until I decided to dynamesh the thing, and then I'll save another file. Hopefully I won't regret that decision. I'm gonna keep the horn like this for now. I think mesh is partially hidden. Is it though? Is it because of this? Oh, okay. Can I do this? Can I cheat? Dang it. Oh, even Getan is here? Heck yeah.
冷たい北風二人を近づける季節伝いた指からこぼれ出す好きの気持ちコーヒーの自販機のあったかいお酢だび心に火が灯る月間ゆる回る触れる切ない気持ち二人で一緒に眠るウィンターあなただけ見つめて私だけ見つめて明日を誓うキューブだから燃える恋の
Hi, Caroline.
激しく舞い散る勇気に包まれて永遠に愛してる今日より愛してる
Is it still partially hidden? No. What do you mean by partially hidden?
大切にするは皆いつなく知るばりいつでも守ってくれている愛の証優しい笑顔はあったかい毛布みたいに悲しみも眠ます月間嘘も夢も今はどうでもいい二人で一緒に過ごすウィンターナイト優しいキスをして星に願いかけて過去を忘れそっと髪を撫でて恋人よささやく言葉が胸に込み上げる永遠に愛してる今日より愛してるずっと言いたい 月間ゆる回る触れる切ない気持ち二人で一緒に眠るウィンターあなただけ見つめて私だけ見つめて明日を誓うキューブだから燃える恋の頃激しく舞い散る勇気に包まれて
Maybe don't push them in.
永遠に愛してる
Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep them like this for now.
言いたいそっと髪を撫でて恋人よささやく言葉が胸に込み上げる永遠に愛してる今日より愛してる
Side view looks so jank. God damn it. Okay. Maybe it's not this long. You know what? It only touches a little bit. But not this much.
Over time, most things fade away.
Is this May's theme? Is this Totsukeki's theme? I think it is. Oh my god, it is. It's Totsukeki's theme. Oh god. PTSD.
No matter how big it is, each time will come. It will be the born of something new. Love will bloom, bright balloons. Only my feelings will ever burn on these wallows. So let's be not stop. Let's time will follow you. Wherever you go, I can't wait to get up before the sun sleeps. Not if you're short of breath. I'm the disaster of fashion. All you need to know is one or two things for of you. I'm alone, but I'm not alone. You know that, right? Reset way down within. I can't live without that precious one. Season hollow, so let's see. Springtime, sing I will follow you. Wherever you go, I can't wait to get up before the sun sleeps. Not if you're short of breath, just so you know. Please don't think you're going to get away with it, okay? Season hollow, so let's be not stop. Let's time will follow.
This one should be behind.
Wherever you go, I can't wait to get up before the sun sleeps. Not if you're short of breath. I'm the disaster of fashion.
Nah, the horn.
But has it that to you?
Am I onto something? I might be onto something. I hope this anime music will not get my channel like destroyed. Hopefully.
What is love? Lady, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
What is level? Oh my god.
Lady, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
I sent something on Discord that helps. Let me look.
What is love?
Something like this. The thing is, push myself in precision. There's no spoon one time I can put around the like screen to make it pretty this.
What is right? What is wrong? Any side? What is love? Lady, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Lady, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Make them a bit rounded. The big one that's starting flat now. Push them against the head and curve them up. Push them against the head and curve them up. So red. Essentially, it's shaped like press it and then it's not this, but this. Yeah, no, but the perspective might not be right, but I also want to get it to look as good as possible. But I feel like me rotating around the front horn might be onto something here. Maybe. This one doesn't look too bad. The eyelash, I'll need to fix the eyelash after. But currently this one, I might be onto something. The plates... Oh, hi, Kian. I missed that. it is like this is the plate. It looks flat, right? And then I have to like a little bit, right? Make it bent inside on the side like this. Like a little bit on the side. Maybe? Round is okay. So a bit round. I think I can oh, oops. Is this what you mean by round rounded at the side? I think this might be the round. But maybe not that much, I feel like. Yeah, maybe not that much, I feel like. What if I just a little bit back?
Shake it up is all that we know. Using your body up as we go. I'm waking up to fantasy. The shades all around of the colors we used to see. Broken eyes still melts in the sun. And ties that are broken off a new one again. We're so alone and so really mad.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad I understood that a little bit. What if you deleted it and modeled a cool car instead of this? I don't like cars though. It's not like I don't like cars, It's more like I would much prefer I would much prefer model characters than mechanical stuffs. It could be a cool bicycle. Cool car would be cool. No, I don't like modeling or creating vehicles or inanimate objects, question mark. I don't know you do a car. I don't wanna. Yeah. Could be a race car bed. Can I have a dragon bed instead? I mean, that could be much better. A dragon bed? Who wouldn't want a dragon bed? I think that looks good on the side actually. It curved in a little bit. Dragon beds don't go vroom, but you can hear a dragon growling. Imagine like a kobold lying on dragon belly and then the dragon just go like and then you can hear the rumbling. I think that's pretty cool. You can wrap a dragon around a tree at 70 miles per hour. Wrap a dragon around a tree at 70 miles an hour? Is it like teleportation kind of wrap or wrapping kind of wrap? Like wrapping with wrappings? You kinda lost me there. The crash? What? Why would I want to crash a dragon around a tree at 70 miles per hour? Like when you hit a tree and it becomes the passenger seat. What? Why would I want to crash a beautiful dragon? No. Because going fast is lifestyle? Probably a Sonic quote. Bill, 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 Bill. Bill, 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 Bill. Bill, 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 Bill.
Don't lie, the science guy here. But first, safety glasses on. When something costs more, people buy less of it. Safety glasses on. That's it.
Maybe I should.
Safety glasses on. When we release carbon, say by burning coal or driving an SUV, all of us pay for that in the form of things like fires, floods, and crop failures.
Bill, 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 Bill.
By the end of this century, the
They fish out what the car will look like in 0.02 seconds of that traffic enhancement vodka. I'm so confused.
Grow the fuck up. You're not children anymore. I didn't mind explaining photosynthesis to you when you were 12, but you're adults now, and this is an actual crisis. Got it? Safety glasses on, motherfucker.
Oh my god, it's Teen Titans. Teen Titans. Teen Titans. Yeah, I used to love Teen Titans, and then until I lost, until we don't have Astro anymore, and then I don't have access to Cartoon Network anymore. It was a sad time. I don't get to watch like Fairly Odd Parents anymore on Nickelodeon, and I don't get to watch like Billy and Mandy. And then there's also like, yeah, Teen Titans is also really good. Like there's so many good shows. I used to love Nickelodeon has a few shows that I love. Danny Phantom is also one of them that I like a lot. There's also one that's like farm animals, barn something. I don't remember. Like the 3D, everything is like in 3D one. A little bit of it can be gross sometimes. That show, I don't know what it's called anymore. T-E-N-T-I-T-N-S-T. Titans. Let's go. I don't know how to make this look right. Or maybe what I could try to do is to make the forehead get inside a little bit so that it doesn't block the scale. Because I feel like the shape looks good, but I don't want it to block or like intersect with the forehead like that. Like here, right?
Chocolate rain. Some stay dry and others feel the pain. Chocolate rain.
Chocolate rain.
Baby born will die before the sin. Chocolate rain. The school books say it can't be here again. Chocolate rain. The prisons make you wonder where it went. Chocolate rain. Build a tent and say the world is dry. Chocolate rain. Zoom the camera out and see the light. Chocolate rain. Forecast to be falling yesterday. Chocolate rain. Only in the past is what they say. Chocolate rain. With your neighborhood insurance rates. Chocolate rain. Makes us happy living in a gay. Chocolate rain. Made me cross the street the other day. Chocolate rain.
Here looks weird. Oh.
Made you turn your head the other way. Chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins. Chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again. Chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins. Chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again.
That might not be as bad though. Maybe I'm on the right track, I just need to believe it. Because it doesn't really you know, maybe this is right. Yeah, maybe that Maybe? Maybe? Want to see a sketch of commission I currently have being done? Yes. That looks better, I think. That looks slightly better, I think. Yeah, wait, yeah, this looks slightly okay-ish.
Mr. Brightside.
Ishirobi, hi Breen. Thanks for suggesting. Oh, thanks for thanks for telling me about the Eurobeat. I've been loving them. Last night I have a little bit of time and I was playing Dragonica a little bit along with Eurobeat. It feels nice. Send the sketch, okay? Oh. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Now, this actually looks more pleasing to the eye, right? I don't hate it when I first look at it now. Maybe this one could be a little bit thicker. Like this? Right? I don't feel like it looks bad now. Oh, the side view looks really fucking good. Okay. Okay, thank you, Wolf. We might be onto something. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I like that. Thank you, Wolf. Okay, I'll keep it like this for now. Right, maybe I feel like there's still something missing, but I kind of want to get this one to look right today. At least, no matter how long I struggle to get this right, I want to get this right. Right? This is the most important thing. No matter how long it takes, right? I am going to make this look right. I want to. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Whoa. Blah, 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 blah. No. No Crazy Frog allowed. Crazy Frog, no matter what it is, it's going to get copyrighted. So stop. Oh my god, my channel was in danger. Okay, there we go. No matter what kind of remix Crazy Frog has, if they hear bum 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 bum, life-threatening sentences right there. You gotta be careful of the crazy frog going.
Don't lose your way. You might be hard to be. So don't be afraid. No sweetheart, this is the way to win what's on. Have a routine, secret, where is the sun? Look through the sand before life is dry. I gotta find out who killed my dad. I hear the voice of him in my mind. I gotta find out who killed my dad. I hear the voice of him in my mind.
If I can see the shape, maybe it helps a little bit. Like, if the middle line is the highlight. Whoa, my noodle! Long snoop? Wait. Oh my god. I got that hand gesture for Buddha. Hand gesture for Buddha, of course.
Dragon, 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 dragon.
Dragon, 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 dragon. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Oh my god, dragon? Where? Oh my god, dragon. Oh, it's a different version of Bill, 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 Bill. Bill, 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 Bill. Oh, short but sweet. You with dragons is like me with rats. I'm like, where? Oh my god, dragon, where? I want. Must sniff. Must sniff.
when a humble bard graced a ride along with Geralt of Rivia. Along came this song.
What is this music?
When the white wolf fought a silver tongue there, his army of elves and its hooves that they rap.
Oh, oh, that's hype though. Sent to Discord thing.
They came after me with masterful deceit, broke down my loop and they kicked in my teeth, while the devil's horns minced our tender meat. So cried the witcher, he can't be bleed. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to
It is a good way to look at it, yeah. Man, something about the side view just doesn't look right.
fight the mighty horde that bashes and breaks, brings you to more. He thrust in
Like this right here, nah. I want to remove it.
from whence he came. He wiped out your past, locked you in his chest. He's a friend of humanity, so give him the rest. That's my end tale. Our champion prevailed, defeated the villain, now brought him some mail. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty.
Ow.
Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh valley of plenty.
Is Kirby? Oh, it is. Hi, Snow. Hope you're doing good. Oh. Something is missing with this big horn right here. It doesn't look appealing. Shit. I just realized. Give me a second to send something. Oh, okay, okay. messed up the horn shape. And crying dragon noises, goddamn. And crying dragon noises. Okay, the horn having that line forward, this line right here, looks a lot better actually. But maybe not until here. Here's the problem. I need to specify like here. Right, this here is the flash area still. Or maybe it's like... yeah. This looks so weird. Oh my god, is that how it looks like? I'm gonna try.
But when his drinking, lusting, and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
I should point back more, I feel like. It's already pointing very back.
You should know that the man with the power of nature can bring you to the end of your life. And you should know my master and the look in my eyes that you are about to be massively forced together. Chicken attack, chicken attack. Watch your back before you face the black. They may look calm, that's what they come on. Chicken ass, go chicken go. Chicken go. Now gonna fly. You on the sky. With the power of nature, you're never alone, and you can't let it alone. Every beat, every tree, follow me to the end, and you're about to be massively. Chicken attack, chicken attack. Watch your back before the face to play. Say my love come, that but then you come on, chicken ass, go chicken go. Go chicken go. Now gonna fly. You on the sky.
Oh. No. Oh. Oh. Hi, Uncle Bird. I'm gonna drink. Is that a Discord thing? Okay. Oh. It's Quest Breaky. And then Coco. Oh. Oh, Malo. Hi, Malo. Hello. How's Milo doing? Welcome. What were you playing? Look outside. We have been listing antiques. Why does the name Look Outside so scary though? Why does it sound kind of scary? And before that we played Look Outside. Ah. It has to be a horror game, I feel like. But still, I hope stream was heckin' fun. It is a very scary game. It is super messed up. I'm scared. Just listening to that, I'm scared already. Help. Also, welcome in Raiders. Thanks for the raid, Malo. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in Raiders. Usually I'm a kobold, but when it's our time, kobold runs away, so dragon is here instead. Hi. I'm Linglong. I'm a dragon. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons 2 bits, and I love dragon bits still, and I do art sometimes. Yeah. Hope you are doing good. People start growing eyeballs on themselves and other mutations. Think of when day breaks, but more wild mutations. When day breaks is another game. Look outside. This one. Survival horror RPG set in a single apartment building. Mysterious event turn anyone who looks out the window into grotesque. Yo! Oh my god, what is that art style, brother? Oh no. Oh no, the art's. Oh no! Oh, I'm gonna shit my pants. I cannot play this. Oh, that's scary. Oh my god, what the fuck am I looking at? It looks so fucked up. And it looks so fucking good. The pixel art is oh my god, the pixel art is insane, brother. Oh my god. Oh. 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 Overwhelmingly positive. Well fucking deserved. Well fucking deserved. Oh my god, insane. I'm actually adding to wish list. Maybe during Halloween I might play it. I don't know. It's scary as fuck though. And then the game is so good. Not only is it scary, it's funny. Yo, wait, horror comedy? Horror comedy is popping off lately. Ever since Lethal Company, and then there's Repo, and now this. I mean, there's also the Upturn is also really good. Yeah, man, the pixel art. Oh my god. And it's sad too. Yeah, some interesting moments. So this game is like a one-time adventure kind of thing, is it? Because goodness me, the art style makes me want to play this. I have a son named Malo Jr. Wait a minute. Malo Jr.? Oh, you can play. It has some replayability to it. Okay. there can be things you miss. Fair, fair. I mean, something like Faith. Yeah, I was just about to say something like Faith. God, I enjoyed Faith so much. I was such a pussy because I'm so scared. Like, I spend so much time on Faith. 16.4 hours for me to beat the game. Like, oh my god. I'm so slow because I'm so scared every single time when I boot up the game. I can barely handle horror games, but man, am I fascinated by horror games sometimes. Mortis. A gun with one bullet. And I think the best thing about Faith is during the last fight against the spider demon, summons a bunch of spiders, and then it says like it's not Reign of Spiders, it's Australia. Nice Easter egg, funny game. Yeah, Faith is great. Reign of Spiders. Oh, it was a Gary fight. Yeah. $18 in it because I think I played it twice. Yeah, Gary loves ya. I think I only played it once because I was so scared, but I did find most of the secrets there, and I feel very proud about it. Secret boss rush, did the file secrets. Maybe I didn't find those. I have no idea actually. It's not gonna get my channel banned, right? Two twiddles? There's some funny files in the game. Oh, like in the games folder.
You come over unannounced, dressed up like you're something else. Where you are and where it's at, you see, you're making me laugh out when you strike your pose. Take off all your preppy clothes. You know you're not fooling anyone when you become somebody else. Found everyone else, you're watching your back like you can't relax. You're trying to be cool, you look like a fool to me. Tell me what it had to go and make things so complicated. I see the way you're acting like you're somebody else, getting me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get and you turn it into honesty. Promise me I'm never gonna
Oh my god, it's Chip.
fake it. No.
Me is even a secret game. Oh yeah. I remember that. I actually played it. It was like a kind of a Vampire Survivors kind of mini game, and I broke the game and I crashed it. Oh my god, I remember. Wait, yeah, it is there. I played it. Oh my god, I almost forgot. Yeah. Oh my god, it's so cool. I remember now.
Why'd it have to go and make things so complicated? I see the way you're acting like you're somebody else, getting me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get and you turn it into honesty. Promise me I'm never gonna find you faking. Love.
So the bottom poke out straight instead of bending back. A little curved, I feel like. The big ones flow along the top of the head a little before poking up. First, the smaller ones will actually flow back a little more than I personally realized. So maybe this one is not as thick. I think I might make this one too thick, right? This part right here. Oh. Is this Dio? Dio Brandy? I don't know, I don't... Music is Rainbow in the Dark. Eurobeat remix. Dio Brando was the other musician. Oh my god, really? Sorry, I only know about Dio Brando from JoJo. Yeah, the first comment was, you were expecting Dave Rogers, but it was me, Dio. So maybe, yeah, maybe, the absolute first comment. Of course it's going to be a JoJo reference. Love the internet sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna revert this. I feel like I want to kind of reduce the size of the horn from here inside, and then instead have the volume of the front horn occupy this space. I feel like that might be a little bit easier, maybe. I just got a JoJo meme from a friend. JoJo meme is always great. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. One man haunts a family for generations. Exactly. I mean, that one man is immortal after the mask, so it's pretty accurate, I would say. This one first. I'm going to try and make this part right here goes inside. The power stone mass is too massive. Stone the mask. No, Jotaro sounds way too cool. Because if I do this, super sorry, but no. Whoa! Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. No. this price actually 4%. This might actually be the same for hand. Looking at if you keep things as if I have them, I think it's good to keep this one. Right? I feel that way as well. So because of that, it's hard to get it right, or to it's hard to get it to sort of look right. My hand tracking died, but ESP noises from my end. Don't worry. There we go. Since it's I'm noticing some weird things here because it's like forced perspective, right? It's also because of that I kind of want to like try moving this in a little bit, because when I Dynamash it, it's going to sort of stick together a little bit. Also, I'm asleep for it's 4 AM. Oh yeah, of course. Go eat me, go get that post-stream care. Especially when it's 4 AM. Thanks for the raid again, Malo. Have a good EP. I'm back. I'm ready to crash head first into 70. No. No. What do you mean? Don't do that. You too? Heck yeah.
Save.
Save? Okay. Why not? Because dangerous. Car bump into tree. Very bad. It not good for health and every single body cell. Danger is my first, middle, and last name, so your name is Danger. Wow. It's confusing and banks don't believe me. Well, we're gonna explain to them more so that they'll believe you, right? Also, I'm gonna take a small break. Just a small break. See if my kobold prepared this for me. Just a smaller break. And then I'll be right back real quick. So when I get back and then I look at this, and then hopefully I can be like, something's not right here, and I can identify what's going on, right? But also I just need a toilet. Forever? Nah, never. I'll be right back. Take care now. Maybe drink some water. Anyway. My toes.
Kobo is the One Piece.
Why am I showing my tail? What is this? What's happening? Why are you detecting, camera? What the hell? I'm not in the camera. I'm not in the, oh, okay, I mean now it's normal. Come on, do something cool, me. Do something cool. I'm looking at it. How did I even do that? I want to show my tail again. Oh, it's happening again. Maybe? No? Oh, wait, are you detecting my hands? That's not the way to do it. Oh, it's showing my back again somehow. It's actually detecting my hand. What the f- No way! My hand is my face? Why are you detecting, stupid camera? What is this? It's so good. I'm waving my hand and then it stops. Yep. Right, okay. Oh wait, I feel I've heard this music before. Isn't this the anime? Be my friend. The ground is eating them? Oh yeah, it's been happening. Oh my god. Hi Chip, just checking to say hi and happy stream from work. Good luck with work, Chip. Heck yeah. Come on, I mean Dirk is gone. Kobo is the one. Oh, One Piece! Yeah! One Piece, that's what it is. I don't know why it's not called 2 or 3 pieces, but it's one piece. Come aboard and bring along all your hopes and dreams. The anime, exactly. It is the anime.
Right now, he's probably slow dancing with a bleached blonde tramp, and she's probably getting frisky. Right now, he's probably buying her some fruity little drink, cause she can't shoot whiskey. Right now, he's probably up behind her with a pool stick, showing her how to shoot a combo. And he don't know. I dug my key into the side of his pretty little souped-up four-wheel drive, carved my name into his leather seats. I took a Louisville Slugger to both headlights, slashed a hole in all 4 tires, and maybe next time I'll think before he cheats. Right now, she's probably up singing some white trash version of Shania karaoke. Right now, she's probably saying I'm drunk, and he's thinking that he's gonna get lucky. Right now, he's probably dabbing on $3 worth of that bathroom polo. Oh, and he don't know. Dug my key into the side of his pretty little souped-up four-wheel drive, carved my name into his leather seats. I took a Louisville Slugger to both headlights, slashed a hole in all 4 tires, and maybe next time he'll think before he cheats.
time he'll think before he cheats. Oh, before he cheats.
Okay, but one piece? 3 pieces? If you count up in the time it took you to do your little break? Count up in the time it took me to do my little break. What? Is my reading comprehension so bad today? I feel my reading comprehension is 0 today. Hi, Evie. Did you catch up to One Piece with that break? Oh, no? I mean, I don't really watch One Piece because it doesn't really have dragons in there. Even if there is, it's not like it's a main character or something. I feel like this might be it, question mark? There's a dragon character. It doesn't show up as much, right? One Piece is so good though. Maybe. The dragon character shows up in the. Oh my god! Yeah, nope. I'm good. Holy shit! 800! Oh my god! During the song? Am I in a slipper? Wait. Episode 9. Just quickly watch the other 799 episodes. I could have got my Dragonica character to level 200. One day One Piece will end and then I will be sad. But for now, One Piece is never going to end. How many episodes in total One Piece has, actually? I don't think I'm ready for the answer, but I want to know. Well, I kinda want to know. I mean, if it's 912 or something, then the Dragon character shows up. One Piece is probably going to have like 2000 episodes now? But man, the animator is gonna be so sad though. And this 10. It's at 1128. What the fuck? Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. Oh my god. It's on its final arc, but but you mentioned it's not going to end, no? Oh my god, it's Puppet. It's Puppet. Oh my god, it's Metallica. Holy shit. Oh, this is hype as fuck. Let's go. I love Metallica. I'm killing you! Master! 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 This is such a cool remix. Episode 6 is pretty impressive, I think. One Piece arcs are multiple seasons. Arc is like... Actually, what does arc mean? An arc is the conclusion of a storyline, and broader storylines takes multiple seasons. X-Men! Oh. Okay. No guitar solo? Very cool. Interesting pattern. I kind of want to make side horn to be the back one. So cool. Believe in the me that believes in the you that believes in me that believes in you that believes in Minecraft. Isn't it mince wrapped? Mince wrapped. I'm a little bit scared. I feel like after 3 hours I made no progress. Oh no. could model her neck if you want to try something different. Aww. It doesn't like this though. No, no, no. Nine looks weird. No. No, no. I'm reburning it. I want to make it look good, but I don't know how. Yeah, exactly.
It's a rich man's game, no matter what they call it, and you spend your life.
Hi, Swift.
No matter what they call it, and you spend your night putting money in his wallet. Nine to five.
Oh, weird. Gosh, this is the first time I feel like I'm clueless. No way. I mean, I probably shouldn't feel clueless, but it's the first time I'm struggling with horns this much too. Like even here looks weird now. Does something look wrong?
makes me feel good. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Make it terror?
Don't get caught alone, oh no. When it comes through your door, unless you just want some more, I think you better call. Who you gonna call? Who you gonna call?
I feel like the forehead is so big again. Why is the forehead big again? Wait.
ミーナさん、今日の楽しいライブ配信に来てくれて誠にありがとうございます。今日もラップしたいと思います。では始めましょうか。Fuck it, modern day kills people stay funny. More often people taking lives like knives and guns to be a murder kind of suicide in the rooms of hell. Could use to luring the audience more incest. Cause to my surprise, session lasts 40 guys can't she ain't nice. Try stopping the motherfucking defense. She a human and breaks sure can't stop the pace. Sir, make sure we're standing up or I'll slay first. You'll say this after high five. I see you. No one's gonna buy this bitch. I believe you. You just all hell in a literal sense. I'm there pretend. These are all telling the show. Tell us some sense to me. Not a tell queen saying that I'm sight. Another super radical choice to tear your heart apart. It seems cause I kill it. I can dream. Put your stones in my pocket then I flee the scene. It's like that. If you take my advice, you may chill. Now what you don't know. You're saying that I like so much more. Some other lines that you read, but you fucking say so. I know it's so. Could you let go of your soul for me? So go and die, Saki. I'm not asking for much. Do me a favor and die. しくらしますが死んでください。It's what you want me coming in the night for ya. 勝手にやってる地獄で犯罪じゃないから。Please high enough to exterminate ya. You'll dance anyway cause it's human nature. そうお前なんとなく一緒に楽しもう。あなたのシーンの暇で。しくないです。やりすぎました。なんで結構でラップしてるちょっと変だ。Now what you expected? Better say straightforward. Hear your other way in hell slamming on your keyboard. Go ahead and be so but I won't run. Cause I'm a workaholic business lady getting shit done. Taking souls not an industry for sex is the life. But it's a mystery of darkness stay in the sun. C-A-double-L-I-O-P-E. I really like to say murder shit. I opening. Taking words I get right off the cuff. It's from my own thing. Murder with words ain't enough. That was the past me. Somebody take a first class message me to blast me. She must come at me and mask. I guess like actually, huh? Whatever that means. Yes, whatever that means. Come a little closer cause it's already then laugh at me. If you take my advice, if you chill, know what you don't know. I'm sounding kind of nervous and I don't know what the word is from the other side of the gap. Fucking say so. Sit now, do as I'm supposed to do. I'll get close to you. To my deja vu. If it's alright with you. はい、アンジュマイメンしくらしますが死んでください。
Gosh, somehow I feel so defeated right now. It's I haven't felt like this in a long time. I mean, to be fair, I haven't done art in a long time, but I usually will always find sort of a way to kind of make it look okay. But somehow with this, I don't know how. Even with the current big horn like this, something looks off. It looks off. This character wasn't made to work outside of drawings. There's no characters like that. Anything can be made into a 3D sculpture if I work hard enough, or if I'm good enough, right? I don't think there's anything as like a character that's not possible to be modeled into a 3D space. I don't think. Squinting.
I just wanna tell you how much that you mean to me. But until I'm free to let you know how I feel. What you do to me, what you do to me. Can't help but the way I feel for you. If I could hold time for a minute, would you stay with me? Just a little longer is all that I need. Can you hear the wish that
Maybe the problem
love is in the air?
is that over here it's already blocking it like this. Considering the perspective is sort of like this, it's already blocking, so maybe I already got the line. But front view is not going to show, obviously, because it's front view. But it doesn't look good though. Oh. No, that... Should add this one first, maybe? If they rely on too many drawing techniques, kind of like Timmy Turner. Well, then I don't know, but this one is definitely possible, this one. This one is not Timmy Turner. Timmy Turner is just too stylized. Up, down. Okay, up, down, up, down. Make something definitely should help better. It'll take some time though. I think apparently it's just me. I feel like it's just my problem right now. Something about this doesn't look right and I just cannot see it for some reason. It's this kind of feeling sometimes frustrates me quite a bit. And it's like, something looks off, but what? I cannot see it, right? And that loop of me trying to find what it is, and then not finding it, and then a lot of like minor changes to everything eventually slowly builds up to me being frustrated. So it's like this. Doesn't really bend backwards. Maybe just a little bit. Leaving them. And the head shape isn't drawn to be a skull shape, but like 3 spikes that come from the nose. 3 spikes that come from the nose.
But I'm dead, my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go.
Shit. Look at the drawing, I have been looking at it. So it's a mistake where I don't get the head structure right at all. Maybe that's why it looks like crack. Maybe. Skull. Contact side. No, I cannot follow this one. This one is not right. It's not similar to... Maybe?
Do you think Margaret Thatcher had girl power?
Yes, of course.
Do you think she effectively utilized girl power by funneling money to illegal paramilitary death squads in Northern Ireland?
Track what went wrong. Where and when does it went wrong? Shit. Is it when I try to reduce the amount of forehead? Is that what went wrong? Because over here also is this amount of forehead. And then... I've reduced forehead, but what is this still that amount of forehead? Oh god.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them
I'm lost.
screaming out?
No, this is not good, this is not good, this is not good, not good, not good, not good.
They become a part of you.
Yeah. This This... Horn doesn't make sense. feel like it needs this. That's it? No, it's not that far apart, no. This part feels smooth. It's so. It's so weird. Shit. The thing is, this one. Way bigger in the middle. Oh, fuck. My brain is being mean again. Huh. What if I adding this plus this? About why is there massive forehead again? Reducing forehead is supposed to be this.
Why am I always hit on by the boys I never like? I can always see 'em coming from the left or from the right. I don't wanna be a prick, I'm just trying to be polite, but it always seems to bite me in the ask me for my number, yeah, you put me on the spot. Think that we should hook up, but I think that we should not. You had me at hello, then you opened up your mouth, and that is when it started going south. Oh, get your hands off my hips, gonna punch you in the lips, don't get staring at my face. Take a hit, no you can't buy me a drink, let me tell you what I think. I think you could use a nip. Take a hit, take a hit. To take a hit, take a hit. Guess you're still getting so let's take it from the top. You asked me what my sign is and I told you it was stop. And if I had a dime for every name that you just dropped, you'd be here and I'd be on a yacht. Oh, get your hands off my hips, gonna punch you in the lips, stop you staring at my face. Take a hit, no you can't buy me a drink.
I don't feel.
I think you could use a nip. Take a hit, take a hit. To take a hit, take a hit. What about no, don't you get so go and tell your friends I'm not really interested. It's about time that you leave then. I'm gonna count to 3
hello
Hmm?
and welcome.
Thank you, sorry. Uh-oh. No, I didn't. Sorry if I'm being super quiet here. I'm trying to like my brain was being really mean, and I don't want to let that dissuade me from trying to make this look right. I guess it does happen a lot when I'm struggling a lot, and then my brain just becomes like really super duper mean. Eyes smaller? This part and this part right here always feels so weird. I really... I got this though. I'm so sorry. I feel like 4 hours of me being here and I didn't do anything. I just... I'm even struggling to like make it look right. This is insane. I don't... Is the entire hair structure fucked up? Is that why? Maybe I have to redo another one. Hi, Serene.
Deja vu.
These two is so close. What?
Deja vu, I've just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Calling you, and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me. Whoa. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. See the future into the present. See my past leaves in the distance. Try to guess now what's going on, and the band begins to play. Don't you see my condition? The fiction, it's gonna run it again. Can't you see now? Illusion right into your mind. Deja vu, I've just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Calling you, and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me. Whoa. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu.
some... No, something doesn't look right here. For example, if I put it there... Oh. Hi, Milky Cow, I think. That was beautiful. Thank you. I think it's just my brain being really mean to me right now. But thank you. Also, hi Tikaka. Send something on Discord. It's definitely not on you, Will. I wouldn't say that. Should I do this just here, or should I try it with... I don't think I want to do it like this right here. Right? Oh. So no, I don't think I want to put it like this. And I also feel like this one, the space is still long. Also, thanks for I see 3D looking great. Thanks, Tikaka. It's like I want to really make it look right. Like I really want to make it look like really good. But then because I keep seeing it's the feeling where I keep seeing something is wrong, but I cannot identify what it is, and it's making me feel a little bit frustrated. And also because of that, I'm also feeling my brain started to go like, yeah, maybe I'm just not good enough to do this, right? It's like my inner brain is starting to become mean, and I'm trying to like brush it away because it's not true, right? So in all this time I was quiet, I was trying to like brush off those feelings. But I'm fine. I promise I'm fine. You can blame me for the bad art. I can take it. Oh, you can blame me if you feel bad about it. I don't want to blame anyone for it. This is my doing. Why would I want to blame anyone else but me? That doesn't make sense. It's also okay. If I look at it the good way, right? I feel frustrated about it. That also means, right? If I look at it the other way, that also means that I am... Oh, my hand tracking died. I am sort of like... I care about this one. I really want to make it look good, right? So when something doesn't look right, I feel like, ugh, I got the I want to make it right, that feeling. I get that feeling. And in a way, it's good. Yeah, I think in a way it's pretty good that I feel that way about the art that I'm currently making, right? Sometimes it's good to feel content with the art, but sometimes I feel like if I want to improve in terms of my art sense and also just my general production, I feel like having this feeling is good. It will sort of drive me to like, I want to make something better. I want to make something like better than what I did before. It's also scumps the thing where you don't have the eyes in yet and brain goes where, yeah, yeah. Nothing wrong with the skull. My brain my brain don't believe though. The phase where you seeing has over leveled you're doing means you're at the brink of swoosh getting better. Yeah, if I look at it that way, yeah, exactly. Now the problem is I keep looking at this part right here, right? I keep feeling like the forehead is too long. But I feel like no? Question mark? So it's like it's a lot of my brain being like something is wrong. What is it? Maybe it's a lot of like maybe it's here, maybe it's here, maybe it's here, maybe it could be like down here, not enough space, right? Currently what I'm seeing, right, is like these parts, and then in terms of like the front horns, the placement is just like, I don't know, right? Like especially this part, right? That is not sort of in front is throwing me off a lot as well. Like this part right here, it's not in front of the big horn. It's also like throwing me off. So that's why like for the past 4 hours, I've been trying to look at it. I've been trying to like trying to get it right, I think. But in the end, I feel like for the past 2 hours, I have not done anything. It's the right size, it's just that since the eyeballs aren't in there and the eyelids aren't taking the space. Let me put in the eyeballs then. Give it a try, give it a try. It's so hard to get Starlight's character sculpt, especially when the eyes takes one third of the whole face and it's hard to make it make sense in 3D. It is. It's kind of a challenge here, but I feel like I've done that once with the kobold. I mean, yeah, my kobold's eye is pretty big, I think. I mean, in comparison with the other models that I have. I mean, a direct comparison would be here, right? Yeah, I mean, that's a huge eye. Maybe not one third of the face, but it's pretty big. This one is almost like small eyes, right? So I guess I did one. That is kind of not bad, I guess. It's possible, but I feel like it's probably going to take a lot more time than usual. And I still for sure would try my heckin' best to make it look right. The eyelash is like more thicker than this? No, I don't think it's that thick. Maybe it's thicker. Enjoying the Eurobeat? Heck yeah. I have to thank Breen for telling me about the Eurobeat thing. It's very nice. I like. When in doubt, take a little break, reset your eyes. Reset my eyes. I should probably do that. I did reset my eyes once already. I kind of want to like make it make a little bit more progress today, kind of. Gonna make some food? Heck yeah. Have fun making food. My French is kind of bad. No, very honestly speaking here, I feel like it's not bad. I just need to have a better understanding of like it's not just the understanding of this current reference. Like, yeah, some perspective can be a little bit jank, right? But it is 2D art, so it is very understandable. Here's the part where I need to do my job as a 3D sculptor, right? My job is to sort of make the perspective make sense, right? Make the perspective make sense into the 3D space. And at the same time, while making it make sense, it needs to look good as well. It's kind of it's kind of what I need to do, I guess. Or at least I've been feeling that way, and yeah. And definitely I feel like it's a lot easier to work with a reference that has a special perspective in sculpting than modeling. I feel like modeling might be, oh actually not might be, modeling will be way harder, I feel like. But then again, it's just kind of my own personal opinion, I feel like. Yeah. So yeah, I honestly don't think that it's a bad reference. It's just my personal perspective-wise, my personal perspective is not that strong. So that's why it's a little bit hard. Also, I'm taking off the hand tracking for now. I want to remake this. I feel like it's a little jank because I modified it way too much and now it's not that, yeah. Maybe I should make it with, yeah, maybe I shouldn't make it with cylinder. I should probably make it with cube. Here, let's make a new one. Thanks, Mo. I'll try my best. I definitely try my best. And don't worry. I also want to make BB looks amazing. Oh my god, I divided the wrong thing. I just divided the head. Oh my god, I almost fucked up so hard. Oh. Oh. Why is that a music? I'm scared. Let's just hope that my channel don't get banned by helicopter. Helicopter. You know what's funny? Sometimes okay. This is YouTube. This is YouTube being stupid, right? Sometimes something as simple as, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but sometimes YouTube will be like, oh, we hear helicopter, helicopter, right? So two helicopter is enough for them to be like, oh, we need to copyright claim this video, because this entire video, or not entire video, this entire part of music, even though it's like Eurobeat remixed, right? It's not the original music, but because they heard like helicopter, so that YouTube would just be like, and someone random on YouTube would just be like, oh, we need to copyright claim this. It happens so much with the YouTube videos that I have, sometimes like so weird. The amount of people who like tries to copyright claim other people, it's insane, I'm telling you.
When a humble bar graced a ride along with Geralt of Rivia, along came this song. When the white wolf fought a silver tongue down with army on attack, to the day travel. They came after me with my soulful sea. Broke down my loop and they kicked in my teeth. While the devil's horns minced our tender meat, and so cried the witcher, now we bleed. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh out of plenty, oh out of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to the witcher, oh out of plenty.
Might be easier to modify this.
Toss past, a slave man came forth to request the death of sister, which I was quite reluctant. The story had a twist. The golden one with the golden two warrior bells with all the more dazzling than all the jewels. Oh, they showed us we're all fools. They showed us we're all fools. Oh, we just fools. Fell swiftly off a cliff into his death. We sadly mourned the loss, thought we'd witnessed his last breath. But then he breathed some fire on the goo that came his way. Cause he was a golden dragon, a man with 10 balls great. Oh, that old man with the golden two warriors with all our more dazzling than all
Was it milk?
they showed us we're all fools. They showed us
Something nice for me? If I heard right, that was milk. And I think milk is pretty nice. Good for the bones.
The witcher loved his woman, the sorceress beauty, but the solemn golden dragon told them it was not to be. The wise sad dragon's truth broke what never could repair. But that lovable old lieutenant won the hearts of the huntress pair.
Yeah, using a cube is way cleaner. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't use Dynamesh here. Something I should try to use is also the Decimation Master.
I'm the strong one, I'm not nervous. I'm as tough as the crust of the earth is. I move mountains, I move churches, and I glow cause I know I'm worth it. I don't ask how,
Let's
hard to
try
work it. Got a
15k.
rough, indestructible surface. Diamonds and platinum, I find I'm platinum. I take what I'm handed, I break what's demanded. But under the surface, I feel the circ as a tightrope walker in a three-ring circus. Under the surface,
Yeah, that works.
never like, yo, I don't wanna fight Cerberus. Under the surface, I'm pretty sure I'm worthless if I can be of service. A flaw or a crack, the straw in the stack that breaks the camel's back. What breaks the
Save.
camel's back is
Right.
that'll never stop. Whoa. That'll till you just go pop. Whoa.
Thank you. Hmm. Yeah. What is this music? I'm kinda curious. Surface pressure. Sounds so cool. Night Dragon. Have a good luck, Ixon. Yeah, exactly. It definitely looks more clean like this, yeah. Welcome back, Pikaka. Nice eyeliner. Thanks. I need to... Yeah, that doesn't look right. It's okay. Let's not mess too much with this one now. Encanto Gem. And I don't know what Encanto is. Pokemon Go just sent me a notification. And you know what it says? No need to be frustrated. What do you mean? Are you watching me, the Pokemon Go? I'm scared. Am I being watched by Pokemon Go? Oh my god. It's the movie these songs are from. Oh, it's a movie? Encanto. What's Slayer? Oh. Oh. That might be useful. What is this? The hugs are squishes? Heck yeah. Uh-oh. Actually, they're very far away. I might be able to just snake hook one out, I think, without using this place. I mean, I guess this place would be a little bit more clean, question mark? Nah, snake hook works way better here. looks more clean. That looks more clean. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like that. I like that. I like that. It not bad. It not bad. I think it could be a little bit longer though. Yeah, I think this is good enough. The fish, Timothy. No need to be frustrated. Shadow Pokemon can forget frustration with a charged TM right now. If only it would be so easy to remove frustration by using a charged TM. I still play Pokemon Go, by the way. It's pretty fun. Oh, is she singing Timothy? Oh, you're right. Michi no Timothy, Kimi no Kimochi. Wow. That's an actual song name. Oh my god. Okay, let me try. Maybe it doesn't look good because it's not balanced currently, right? As in left and right is not balanced. So let me try to duplicate everything here and mirror them and see how it looks. And I'm going to save this. And look at this, and then look at this one looks more happy, right? This one looks a little bit angry and sassy. Maybe a little bit less sass. I feel like BB as a character should be a little bit more sassy, considering this. I mean, she looks sassy. And I think the sass could come from the eyebrow. That doesn't look sassy. Maybe I need the texture to make it look sassy. Yeah, I might need to add like eyeshadows and shit in texture stage. I got the texture it, no worries. Yep. The eyelids and the smoky eyeshadow do a lot of heavy lifting for the sassy look. Yeah, I believe that. So eyebrows will be here, right? About here, anyway. And then eyeshadows until here, I think. Until here. And then with the eyelids here as well, then I'm gonna do it in texture because here. That might be the plan, yeah. I'll do the eyebrows in texture as well. She looks a little fat. Is it just me? A little fat. A little bit thick on the cheeks, I think. Drink just has no jaw at all. Really? Let me try to reduce a little bit here. Just a little bit changes so much. I feel like this is okay. Alright. I wanna add one more flare to this. About here? This part. Oh, camera. Oh heck, I ate and now EB hits. Gonna take the dogs out before Net catches me. Alright. Have fun walking, doggo.
Oh, can you see into my eyes? Open doors leading
Goofy 6.
where I've become so numb.
My guard has been broken.
My spirit's sleeping somewhere until you find it there in me. Yeah, wake me up, it's a character.
I can wake up. Save me. Save me. Hell yeah, Goofy. This is kind of fire though.
Okay, I'll stop here.
Just see the SG news. They know it's still going on. It's a big deal, right? I feel like that news is so detrimental to so many people who's like closet, right? Or trying to keep their identity closet. I'm also a loop. I mean, same. I don't really watch Facebook as much anymore, but I just happened to saw the article. SG, Singapore. It's kind of sad, really. Like, everything about consent is just not there anymore somehow. Odd. Your parents also asked you? No, my parents didn't read the news actually, so I got lucky. I mean, I've been telling them I've been telling them they don't know anything about furries, but they know like they know that I do mascot stuff, and I happen to have a lot of different characters for the mascot stuff. That's how they understood, and it's like, yep, you are not wrong, mum. I don't know what's happening. So, to put it very, very short, right? So, about 2 weeks ago, there's an article in Singapore, a news, right? News that is being put on newspaper saying about like there's this lifestyle called the furry lifestyle, and then how people are celebrating like it's a marriage happening with the fursuit on, and then they interview the person in, well, they interview people in the suits, right? So essentially after that they post like a huge article, like the article of their interview of the person, right? So it, after that is being posted, it leads to a lot of people like, oh no, why did they put that article as like the front page of the newspaper, informing everyone about this furry lifestyle? So now people who is being closet is being like question being asked by their parents, like, what is this, huh? Like, it's like, in a way, it's very, it could be very detrimental to a few people where their parents doesn't accept this kind of thing, right? The parents doesn't accept this furry lifestyle, and they want their, let's say they want their kids to stop entirely, right? And no one wants that, right? People likes the furry lifestyle. One people likes the furry lifestyle because, like, generally maybe they like it or something like that. But because of the article, someone is being like outed as a furry, or like once you go outside and then you see, like, someone random see, let's say me lah, so some random sees me wear some sort of a furry merch, right? Or like something that is like something that screams furry. Right, something that screams furry, and then someone random would just be like, oh, you into this furry lifestyle? Ayo, why you like this one? Or something like that. It's just become so, like, because people are aware of the furry lifestyle now, people can be very nosy. And especially in Singapore, where gossiping is like, I'm sorry Singaporeans, but gossiping is like top tier. No hate towards Singaporean, okay? But because of that, yeah, it's just that article is very detrimental to a few households where, you know, people who enjoys the furry lifestyle, but it's like they're trying to keep it a secret. But now that article is out, it's really hard to keep it secret anymore, and people are understandably upset, right? A lot of like consent and a lot of like just, yeah, it's just bad in general. Is that the region you're in? Close. I'm in Malaysia. Essentially neighboring country, yeah. Just no more stereotypes. Yeah, they put FA in it. It's like, oh my god. Oh Jesus, yeah, they put FA in. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's crazy, actually. So yeah, essentially that's what happened. Yeah, the interviewee mentioned FA. That's the thing. That's scarier. 69 IQ. Yeah, I don't get that, honestly. Okay, actually after putting everything in, I think it doesn't look too bad. Now I see Snoot as the problem. Snoot has a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit. If I had the ability to do an interview with a politician of some kind, I'll show in a fucking official meeting. Be sure to wear your best suit, and then they wear the first suit out there. It's like, yep. And then they got confused, like, what? This is my best suit out there. What do you want? Its cost could buy like a motorcycle or something. It's fucking fursuit. Oh, and I think it's in Clockwork Creatures. Yeah, Clockwork Creatures. Okay, let's just put it this way. Clockwork Creatures suit is so fucking good. And the pricing of that suit, the pricing of that suit could buy you a car. Yep. It's super duper expensive, but the quality of the suit is absolutely insane. Like, insanely good. Well, they do realistic style, so... You said, wear the most expensive suit in your wardrobe. Well, here it is, this shit cost me 8,000? Brother, oh my god. My suit cost me $3,850. Yeah, this one. I mean, I got it a little bit cheaper from B-Scott because she mentioned that she wants to do this wing style, and then they asked if I'm okay with being the rare few that she wants to try out this wing. And I was like, yeah, sure, you can try it out. And this is what I got. Hi Nexus. Hi Tekken. Hope you're doing good. When Kobo suit, I fucking want the Tira suit so bad. So bad. But goddamn it, is money really scarce right now. It's really hard. Imagine the cake on that. Do I want to give her a cake? I mean, I want to give. I mean, obviously I want booba, but not like mega booba, just like normal size booba. She's already caked up. Is Tira caked up? Still Tira suit? No one has the Tira suit, that's the thing. Been lurking, hope you are well. I'm doing much better now, yeah. But of course, thanks for the lurk, Nexus. I hope Repo was fun as well. I don't like suits with exaggerated proportions. I'm neutral towards it. Right? If I see it, I don't be like, ooh. I just be like, oh, cool. Nice suit. Right? I don't really have anything against like exaggerated proportions. If they like it, so long as they are not hurting anyone, then yeah, it's totally fine. For Moda right now. Okay. Okay, let's open this, and this. I don't think she's kicked up. I'm planning to do under the repo thing tomorrow. Maybe? I'm not too sure currently. I kinda want to do more art tomorrow because I won't be streaming from Monday to I won't be here from Monday to Friday next week. So yeah, I might do art actually. It's more cake. See, what is it? What do I need to see? Thanks for the head kick. We feed Kobold and make her squat. Oh my god. You're making the dragon squat? Okay, fine. She's not caked up. The Kobold is not caked up. What do you mean? No. Oh no. Wait, chill. Is it slammable? Yes. Right. Right. Alright, I'm just gonna put this here and I'm gonna get that by, okay? Hi, Juno Scout. Open the lights as well. Oh my goodness, I can see. There's light in the room. Wow, I can see. How are you? I'm alive. I'm doing pretty okay. To survive a dentist surgery on my wisdom tooth removal. Oh shit. Oh, that hurts, right? Oh no. Makes me wonder how December going to go. Maybe the reporter also come over. Fuck, man. I feel like I don't want to go this year. I'm a bit scared. And also money, right? It's hard to say. I know money. Money is a big issue. So, yeah. Try to endure paralyzed maw and not to bleed in my maw from adrenaline. Oh god. Shark? Nice. What's happening? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Sign your parents into getting into it? Sign? Ticket at June? I don't know. Actually flying? Nah. I wish I can casually fly, that would be great. You were moving? I was squatting. Now I'm tired. From just one set, I'm already tired. Oh my god. Adjusting her seat? Why do you use a quote on the seat? They injected my maw with at least 6 shots of assessments of reliefs? No go? Honestly, I have no idea. I'm able to talk for the entire day. Yeah, that's rough, but at least you got the wisdom tooth removed, so that's good. And only find people to room? I don't know, eh? If I go, I just get a room of my own. Psyop is like brainwashing through like propaganda and changing stuff around them. The joke was to psyop parents into being furry so you don't have to hide. I'd rather not. What if they see all the debauchery that's happening in the fandom? It's like, oh no. This what you see, What loving, what you doing? Why you everyday look at this thing one? Hiya. Cannot, why you like this? Disgusting. That would be the I feel like that might be their reaction if they saw what the fandom has, like FAE621. I would so don't tell them you're a furry, just turn them into furries until they're used to it and then talk to them. Damn, that's so much effort though. Nah, I'm good. Yes, friend took flyover. I actually checked the flight ticket from KLIA to Portland International Airport. Fucking 5k plus and about 1 day of flight time. It's like, oh my god. I don't know, it's holy shit, man. I feel like this might be it. So next time, I don't know if I want to do a repo tomorrow. 5k to US essentially. I think tomorrow. I think tomorrow I want to do more art, right? But I don't want to do like the entire art stream. I might want to do art for a bit and then maybe play some games. Yeah. Why do I play though? Playing across the ocean is expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's not you today, I know. I think it was 3k from LA to Japan if I booked 7 months in advance. I tried to check one year in advance and it still costs like 5k plus. It's like, oh no. Oh no. The price is truly something else. Very scary. It's just that there's not much progress today. I feel kinda bad. But also I feel like I did a lot of things, but at the same time I did nothing. It's like, oh god. Very unfortunate. But this in general looks... It doesn't hurt my eye as much. It is still this part. Could be smaller, I think? Maybe? I don't know. If we go US, we could sleep with the homeless to save the hotel fee. I'd rather save more than enough money, if possible, and then fly over to where I want. I don't know if I want to go US or not, it's kinda scary right now. But yeah, I guess I'll stop here, yeah. Not much progress, I'm sorry, but I did kind of try my best. Alright, let's go in. Need to find a right target. Most of my friends are German. I saw contemplating leaving the US. The US? I mean, US is very scary right now, I feel like. Very scary. Let me get the hand tracking back. There we go, it's working. If I ever have the money, it'll be Europa. If I ever have the money, I'll get the Tira soup first. Don't worry about how much progress you make, it's more... You probably say you make progress at all, every little bit helps to reach the goal, right? Yeah, but also I kinda want to do it a little bit faster than I did today. Well, hopefully tomorrow my brain will be more operative. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm working on getting a Spanish citizenship, and if that works, I can maybe go to Europe easy. Can you just get citizenship? Don't you need like a lot of, like, a heck ton of requirements? In levels in Dragon Saga? Heck yeah. Oh, Daydreamy is streaming, ayo? The burp is streaming. Playing Repo, it looks like. Bernie? Yeah, I'll do it. If you can prove your ancestors were Spanish, you can get Spanish citizenship. Oh, you have a Spanish ancestor? That's kinda cool. Branch. Non-stick. I forgot to put non-stick and Torku in. Oh my god, my brain. If I go to use, I want to attend Folsom Street. The heck is that? Alright, I need to summon Bernie real quick. Here's the coffee. And also, hey Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Go check it out the stream. After dinner, I guess. My dad's grandparents were first generations immigrants, and my dad is working on getting Spanish citizenship. Oh, okay. Let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. I want to get culture shock there. I mean, going to a foreign country always get culture shock, no? Alright, before we raid out, we need to listen to this. Oh hell yeah. How many countries have you won? Singapore, Thailand. If I might move to Mexico if it keeps getting mad. Isn't Mexico also part of US? Question mark? Let's rate today, Dreamy. No China? Nope. I can only go to neighboring country and I don't even I seriously have no extra money to like even travel. Mexico is a different country? Oh, okay, oops, my bad. My excuse is that my geography failed, so there we go. Yeah, it's just I only went to Thailand once and Singapore once on 2016 to attend AFA, the anime convention with some Singaporean furs over there. Yeah. New Zealand, Australia, and Korea. Rich bitch. Little shit. Alright, I also have a Discord channel. Hiya. Nita, hi. Konnichiwa, Nita. I know this. I learned it. Hisashiburi. I think that has to be the word. It is Hisashiburi, I believe. Hope you're doing good, Nita. Thanks for the pet. Thanks for all the work you've done on 3DPB. I really enjoy watching your work on making them. Thanks, Wo. Honestly, you helped me a lot with this, so I really appreciate you watching and helping me as well. Thanks, Wo. Long time no see. I was right. I'm the best. I may be Japanese. Oh my god. No, I'm not. What am I trying to do again? Konnichi, hello? Oh no! Choto a minute. I remember this. Choto a minute. Oh, and then Arika thanks is also one. Don't say that when Nita is here. Oh my god. Oh wait, there's a you're welcome one. I learned this. It's called Doitashimashite. I think that's you're welcome. I don't know, I might be wrong. I need to learn more in Japanese. But Japanese is very hard though. Alright, here's the rate message. You did it. I was right. Oh my god. Alright, here's the rate message. I'm rating out as a kobold. But they don't know. I'm a dragon now. We go Japan, meet Nita. Traveling to Japan is probably gonna cost a lot, no? Or like just traveling overseas in general, it's gonna cost a lot. Do we need visa if we travel to Japan? Pretty sure we need, right? Nihongo, exactly. 7k? Real fucking lead? No way. From Malaysia to US is 5k. Well, there's the cheapest option though, but I don't know. 7k? Lycan and my sis win. Oh, okay. Give or take 7k baseline. Oh, you mean the general expenses, including living over there for a few days? Yeah, then 7k is too less. What do you mean? No way 7k is enough. I mean, if you want that luxurious lifestyle, then 7k is, I feel like it's definitely not enough. Maybe. Look, I have almost zero experience in traveling around, okay? I have no idea. Hi, Zio. Look at that kobold. Welcome. The 5k is just US plane ticket? Yeah, exactly. I know. I know. Right, I should type in the rate to Daydreamy real quick. Daydreamy underscore? Underscore. I should probably copy and paste the name. It'll be a lot easier. Now I know when people say arigato to me, I can reply Doitashimashite. My Japanese very good. Eh? Get the time? Alright. What? I'm gonna loot Freebird. Wow. Freebird is so high, holy shit. Oh. It's a neck poop. I think a neck poop is fine. Y'all better keep pooping me. It's a boss raid. My leg. Get pooped a lot, kobold. But I'm a dragon now, though. This like Malay store have the best kuning ayam. Kuning or kunting? Why is it yellow chicken? Turmeric? Kunyit oh. Kunyit lah. Kuning is yellow, no? And then you're Malaysian. It's okay, I don't know what kunyit is as well. It's okay, I fail Malay as well. Kunyit ah. See? Kunyit ah. I have to go to Google for this. I also fail Malay, it's okay. Alright, I type in the raid, I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna take a break for a bit. And then tomorrow I'm gonna continue doing a little bit of art and maybe a little bit of game. No repo for this week, I'm sorry. But next week though. I'm back on Friday. Yeah, I'm back on Friday, so next week Saturday is still possible to do repo. I guess when I got back from KL, then I'll ask people if they're interested in repo session again on next Saturday. Going KL for a few days, yeah. Me and my mama, we need to help our sister in Czech Republic with her birth certificate. So we need to go to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and get it chopped. And then we need to go to Czech Republic Embassy to confirm that the birth certificate is real and some other form that needs to be like confirmed. Self-go lah, what agent? Hiya. No money, how agent? So we'll be going from Monday to Friday. Yeah, right. A Monday fly, and then Friday back. Last time waited 4 hours for the judge. My sister said it's probably gonna take only a few minutes though. Are you sure? Is it the Ministry of Foreign Affairs one, or is it... Is it the Czech Republic Embassy? Few minutes to do with the chops and shit? Probably. Oh, I don't know. My sister told me that it's only going to be like a few minutes in total, like including like wait time and finishing the procedure. Because my sister went there before they came back to Miri last month. Yeah. So I don't know. If it's a few hours, then I'll just ask my sister like, hey, I waited a few hours, give me money. No, I'm not. I'm not that kind of person. Anyway, I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid this time. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Dragon loves y'all, alright? Here comes the raid to Daydreamy. Yeah. Who is currently playing Repo. Ding, that's the right message. Yeah, I have it. I thought I didn't have it. Take care. Dragon loves y'all. Well, I'm still gonna wait for the timer to go down, so it's fine. Why am I getting flipped? No, it's not me, but my kobold's getting flipped. You better flip her back. You better flip her back. Anyway, I feel like tomorrow I might do like 2 to 3 hours of art actually. Maybe not too much, right? I feel like if I do it way too much, I start to spiral down into like a weird mental state. So 3-4 hours at max, I feel like, because I feel like if I do more than that, yeah, it's gonna spiral, right? And I don't think I like that. So yeah, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Hopefully everything went well. Hopefully everything is gonna go well. Everything hasn't happened yet. Wow. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Dragon loves y'all. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Mwah. Bye bye.